Well, you've set the scene. First ball is about to be struck.
Ready? Thank you. Play. Thank you. $50.
And some attacking tennis already from Nalbandian. 2 net approaches already. Well, early look for Hewitt here at 15-30 on a bad unforced error from that backhand wing. And Hewitt choosing to receive serve, put the pressure on his opponent early on. Will it pay off with a break?
Tony Roach back with Leighton.
15-40.
And Leighton's been singing his praises all summer.
$30-40.
Well, there's the backhand down the line from Nalbandian, and he backs it up with the recognition that he's hurt Hewitt, and he was running to the net immediately once he saw that ball in, and a nice volley saves a second break point chance. Veteran play there, Bruce. Great recognition of an offensive shot. Didn't let it go to waste.
Good depth from Hewitt there.
Advantage, Hewitt.
He's hit that net a few times in this opening game, Nalbandian.
Wow. Now 3 break point chances, and Nalbandian has answered the bell at each turn there. Attacking with that backhand once again. It's let him down a few times in this game, but not when he needed it.
And Leighton's had a look at a couple of second serves too on those break points.
But, you know, that's pretty headsy play by Leighton also. He's seen some unforced errors. You might just want to wait and see if you get another one. Boy, that depth is pinning Nalbandian to the baseline there. A half volley forehand, he rolled it right into the net. Fourth break point in this opening game. Pretty good start for Leighton. Got his teeth into the match already.
Yes.
Leighton just hasn't gotten really to neutral in those break points yet. He's been on defense from the get-go, and again the recognition and the good volley.
Movement's going to be interesting, Jim, because both these guys have had so many injuries in the last couple of years. Yeah, I mean, Nalbandian's had a hip operation and then adductor strains. Hewitt's had the hip operation as well more recently. And when you get to 29, one thing you've got to try and stay fast on the court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a long opening game, but he withstood some break points, 3 of them, and it's 1-love.
First game.
Seven's Australian Open telecast, made possible by ANZ. We live in your world. Panadol relieves, respects, body first. And Optus, the official telecommunications provider of the Australian Open.
I'll look at the Hewitt forehand there. Full attention and intensity. He's going to need some good success off of that wing tonight. And let's take the opportunity to go courtside with Leighton's former coach, Roger Rashid. Raj, what you got for us?
Well, look, the Leighton's now in with the breeze a little bit, but David Nalbandian, you said he missed a couple of backhands. Yes, he did. His feet weren't moving, so he had a little bit of tension in his body, but wow, did he come out big with the break points. The serve, boys, for mine is going to be the big key. Who can get hold of a few more free points on serve? Both don't have big ones. Let's look at the percentages as that goes on through the night.
Roger saw Leighton just before he was interviewed. He was going through a rigorous exercise program with Roche, etc. I mean, he was really pumped up. Is that what he used to do with you before a big match like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Leighton was, you know, he was like a bullfighter, a street fighter. He wanted to come out as up as he could. The other big thing here, just on the court at the moment, and you sort of called it, Jim, the significant ability of David Nalbandian to accelerate his backhand up the line, but also just have natural pace. He can add another 10 or 15 Ks on the ball with the same shot. That's going to damage Leighton.
Well, that's a shot that Hewitt's going to need. I like that play from Hewitt. The wide serve out to Nalbandian's forehand and exploit the hip injury. Exploit the movement, which is never going to be the same that it was for either of these guys after that hip surgery. Use the angles of the court. Hewitt's not going to blow this guy off the court with his power. He's going to have to beat him with angles, catching the ball early, taking it up the line, and hurting him by taking time away. Nalbandian on the other side wants to do exactly the same thing.
First service.
And another thing we'll need to look at here tonight, too, is the second serve of Hewitt, which can falter a little bit. He doesn't have a natural kicking motion. It's more of a slice. And he tends to go, Bruce, a little bit bigger with it at times. And that can definitely throw in some doubles.
Pretty comfortable hold in the end of 30, so 1-all, opening set.
1-1.
Quiet, please.
Finally, we're coming together.
Grays and Desperate together on the same night.
One night reinvented. Which night?
Which night? We'll tell you which night soon on 7.
It's a good point about the serve. Rod, you worked hard on, what was the magic number? First serves in for Leighton?
Yeah, look, I think the first serve percentages for both players, especially Leighton, because Nalbandian in the past, and Jim would know this, that when he decides to have cuts at the ball on the second serve, he can return and hit clean winners. Extremely good server.
59.
He's not afraid to naturally go for clean winners off the return of serve. He's done that to Federer a couple of times. I've seen it, especially indoors when the conditions are true. But he's prepared to get after the ball. Leighton's prepared to just make a lot of balls and play the percentages.
Oh, man, that is beautiful tennis. And I tell you, we're really going to enjoy this match tonight. I hope it's a real competitive war here because you get to see two great strategists doing what they do best out here, going up, trying to figure out their opponent. These guys both understand the geometry of the tennis court well. Two 29-year-olds with a wealth of experience and knowledge on full display here. Oh. A little slip there, but it seems to be all right.
Yeah, sometimes there is some felt off the balls that does stay on this court, so it can get slippery. I've seen quite a few players slip. Nothing there to be concerned about, boys. Feet just went from underneath him. Isn't it interesting? They're both trying to come to net quite a bit, take away the court time, offer something different.
Yeah, the thing that was probably the most dangerous about that fall for Nalbandian was his hand, potentially cutting his right hand. That seems to be okay. No fear. Right back to the net.
40-50.
And Raj, I think with the cool air, these heavy balls getting to the net may be about the only way to finish points off for these guys.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
So a couple of fireworks, no break though. 2-1 opening set.
Nalbandian.
So on serve here. Now another match in progress tonight. Very interesting. Philip Peshner against Joe Wilfred Songa, former finalist here, Margaret Court Arena. Let's go and have a sneak peek as Nalbandian. That slip, but he's okay.
This game has been going for.
Yeah, we need sandwiches.
I can organise that.
We can organize that. We need sandwiches, pizza, or whatever. But it's
No beer though for you.
no, because I'm going to. Oh my! Oh la 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 la! What a volley!
So more of Henri and Fitzy and that match later on, but Peshner leading some at the moment.
Take your seat, please. Thank you.
That will be a big surprise. The German Peshner, a tough competitor, but Songa, we've seen some fireworks out of him in this tournament. Struggling now, but it's early yet. And it's very early in our feature match here on Rod Laver.
Out.
Jim, very different for Leighton this year. I mean, exhibitions, Hopman Cup, second time there, but then Kooyong for the very first time, where he had a good result. He beat Monfils in the final, beat Davydenko and Yuzny. Not sure if he believes in exhibitions. I don't know if that enters his head.
No, a match is a match for Leighton.
What did you think when you knew his schedule?
Well, look, Leighton didn't play much at the end of last year. He needed matches. This is his first real ATP match for ranking in quite a while. So, given that, I think he was smart to guarantee himself at least 6 matches, excuse me. That was a very wise move. Because you can practice as much as you want as a player, but until you get in the heat of battle and have the umpire, the linesmen, the ball boys and ball girls out there, and the pressure, the adrenaline, you can't replicate that in practice. You need that in your body. You need that mental toughness of what do you do on break point. So Leighton now has that. And that sets him up, I think, nicely for the rest of the season here, assuming health. He's talked clearly about the ranking not really mattering to him, but it's playing in these moments and playing his best in the majors. That's a better play for him to be ready for this than to worry about getting ranking points in Sydney.
This is where the ranking does kick in, though, because you can get a tough first-round opponent, as he has tonight.
This is a big game to hold, boys, because Leighton's pushing up against the breeze. He doesn't have a lot of heavy weight on his serve. So every time Leighton gets a result up this end, I think that's a bonus for him. That's an advantage for him. He can go at the other end and have a real crack and use his flat shots to dart through the court.
And some nice video there in between points of potentially a little bit of a skinned hand from that fall on Nalbandian.
So pressure on the Hewitt serve now. 40-15 to Deuce. Roger talked about the southern end, and you do feel as a player apparently that you're uphill and into the breeze.
Yeah. That can be your friend on a warmer day when you need the breeze to help you control the ball, but a little tougher in a colder night.
Oh, that's a bonus run. Was it in the hitting zone almost, wasn't it?
Yep. Definitely in the strike zone, but that's a tougher shot, I think, for Nalbandian to really punish Leighton, because that serve is staying low on that slider out wide. And Leighton can really take positional advantage with that wide serve, I think.
Good shot from the back of the court. Hold serve. It's 2-all in the opening set.
We'd love to hear your thoughts on who you think has been Leighton Hewitt's greatest rival. Is it Nalbandian, Baghdadi, Safin, Roddick, Nadal, Federer? We'd love to hear from you. Just head to yahoo7.com.au/JC Fan Forum. But now we rejoin the other JC, Jim Courier, who's in the commentary booth alongside Bruce McAvaney.
What do you reckon, Bruce? Who do you like in one?
It's a good question.
It is. A lot to pick from.
He's such a combative guy, Jim, and he's had a few rivals over the stretch. I always feel like it was Federer for a long, long time. He got such joy out of breaking the ice last year by beating him, didn't he, in Hulla?
Oh, without a doubt.
After 15 consecutive defeats, but he had one of his most famous wins here in that Davis Cup. We came from nowhere to win.
Well, that's probably the player that Leighton's played the most of all the big players, I would think.
No, that's it.
And like most players not named Rafa, Federer has a pretty decisive advantage in their rivalry.
Yeah, it gets one-sided when you've got a rivalry with Roger, unless you're Rafa.
Yeah, it can.
Or GC Mon, who plays him tomorrow night.
That's high-level tennis. Nalbandian taking a page out of Novak Djokovic's book with the backhand drop shot there, and then a good flick lob sets up the easy forehand here. And that was a big point.
Jim, that was living on the edge, though. I mean, that drop shot, and then to play the lob with that control.
At love 30.
Gee, that was a poor miss from Leighton. He'd be disappointed with that. He really tried to drive that, keep the depth of the ball. The one shot Leighton's not using at the moment, I used to love him using this play to Nalbandian, is to try and spread him wide on his forehand side, make him go across hard and even go short, because Nalbandian's weakness is the forehand wing. Not running around it and hitting an off shot, but more running out wide for it.
He's well qualified to tell us too, Jim, because it was Roger that prepared Leighton for that match, that quarter-final that he won 10-8 in the fifth. How many years ago, Rog? 6, does it seem like yesterday?
It seems like yesterday, and I know the environment here, and we're in for a sort of similar tussle. Leighton took the first 2 sets in that match, as we all remember.
Well, 4's a lucky number. That was his 4th break point tonight, and he gets the opening break.
Federer is always in good form as we rejoin Jim and Bruce.
You'd be inclined to retire if you led Federer 2 love, wouldn't you?
Not a bad idea.
Good time to hang the queue up, I reckon.
Yeah.
Well, he gets another chance tomorrow night to make it 3-0.
That's right. Kind of like Federer in that match, just a bit.
And Hewitt's at the good end. Remember Roger talking about a bonus at the other end if he holds, and certainly a bonus if you break into the breeze. He's at the right end right now to consolidate.
And these guys have played 5 times, as you mentioned at the top of the show here, and whoever has won the first set has won the match. So good omen here for Leighton if he can just hold his serve the rest of the way here.
Nalbandian and Teddy Love. Now here's the injury, and you picked this up, Jim. We got that close up before that, the slide, and you felt that the hand and the wrist might be the problem, but just being patched up in between games and the sit down there.
Yeah, just trying to dry it out a little bit. He slipped down and fell, and he had the grip in his hand, and the weight of the racket came onto his hand and probably just broke the skin a little bit. A little bit of a stinger. Nothing major. It's just the kind of thing that'll bother you a little bit more when you're down 3-2, love 40.
Longer the rally, who do you favour here? I mean, Hewitt's got the better of them at the moment. I mean, is there an edge, do you feel, coming in?
You know, normally I just like the fact that Nalbandian can close points out a little bit more than Leighton can, but at the moment, boy, Leighton is taking care of business on these long rallies. Nalbandian's had real problems getting the ball over the net. He's missed a lot of balls in the net so far tonight. I know he missed the last one wide, but he's really topped out a lot on his shots and kind of overspun the ball. And I think of him as more of a flat striker of the ball, Nalbandian, when he's in top flight.
Oh, great response from Hewitt. That's the way to consolidate the serve with a love game. It's 4-2 in the opening set.
Yahoo 7 is the official online broadcaster of the 2011 Australian Open. yahoo7.com.au/sport.
So the first blow has been struck by the Australian. Still hasn't got up to the end of this set, obviously, but it's a good start. Beck there. Danny Minogue. Great to see her here. Chris Smith with her, so lots of celebrities out tonight.
Bruce, the most noticeable thing on the court, Leighton moving superbly, he's picking the ball, and also you would have noticed the forehand side of Nalbandian, because the Achilles heel broke down on break point, and he's probably racked up about 5 or 6 unforced errors here so far.
Ivan Lendl mentioned at the draw that he felt Nalbandian, whilst he was having good form in Auckland, might be in the wrong place a week before the Australian Open, playing in generally cooler conditions, different type of court, and having to travel after that. But interesting what you think about that, Jim, coming from Auckland to play here.
Yeah, I didn't particularly care for having to travel that far to get to a major, and particularly when you do as well as Nalbandian did there, getting to the final, which is what you want if you're going to play there. You want the matches. But having said that, you take the matches and the confidence you gain from that any way you can get them. And I think Nalbandian would have signed up for that. Said, sure, I'll go to Auckland, get me to the finals, get 5 matches under my belt. Of course, he would have hoped not to have drawn one of the dangerous floaters, the unseeded players in the draw in Leighton.
He beat Isner and Almagro getting to the final too. 2 seeded players here. So safe hold there. Hewitt still with the advantage in the opening set. 4 games to 3.
That was ended when Marcus Daniel retired. The top 3 players haven't been put to the test the way we're seeing Nalbandian put to the test in this one by Leighton. They've looked quite comfortable and confident. Hard to really call this an upset in the making, but on paper it absolutely is.
He hasn't had Hewitt on the back foot too often tonight, but he did there.
You know, I'm surprised with that too, because I was watching very closely when Nalbandian came back last summer, and he played very, very well to win a tournament in Washington, D.C., and he played hyper-aggressive tennis. Like that. He talked about how his movement had diminished since the surgery, and he recognized that he needed to amplify his game so he didn't have to play as much defense. Nalbandian. That's what I've expected to see out here in the match. Early on, we saw some attacking tennis trying to get to the net, but that's really the first big, powerful, powerhouse tennis from the baseline we've seen from the Argentine. And I expect to see him dial up the speed here. He's going to have to. Leighton's taking it to him right now.
There's that slider that Jim talked about earlier, and Roger getting Nalbandian wide on the forehand.
And it's Leighton's favourite serve under pressure. Generally going to go there 75% of the time.
Yeah, gee, that's a good hold. It was an awkward spot at 15:30, so 5-3 now opening set earlier tonight. 6-love, 6-love. Clijsters over Safina about the double bagel. Here's Dinara Safina.
To lose 2 tournaments in a row, 6-love, 6-1, 6-love, 6-love, it's really to scratch the head and to think what the hell I'm doing. If I'm doing everything right, because it's not that I don't want, I want. There is no doubt about it. I want to come back and I want to play better, but now to find answers how I can come back.
Marion Bartley beat her down in Hobart, love and one, and now love and love today. Good shot. Of course, Roger and Leighton know her brother pretty well because he was at the end of that 2005 run Marit Safin, wasn't he?
He sure was when he swept the title here. And boy, you have to feel for Dinara. I mean, one of the good problems and bad problems is she's a smart girl, and it's hard for someone who can process information to have to do that with those losses. She'd be better off just erasing the memory chip and replacing it with a fresh one. You know, there's no way really other than that to move forward. Just try and forget it.
Well, she's down to 75 in the world at the moment.
Yeah. Yep, it's tough. I feel for her. Oh, boy. Speaking of feel, how about the hands after the speed from Hewitt? A great combination. Power from the legs and finesse from the fingertips.
15.
A full run here, and then just deadens that ball cross court right in front of Nalbandian, who was really guessing correctly there. He was looking for the cross court, but Hewitt now 2 points from a set, potentially.
And now one, Jim. Now two sorts of 6-3s. One when you get one break and one when you get two.
Yeah, and this could have been a lot worse, too. Had break points in the first game when Nalbandian was serving. 3 of them left them wanting. to get a challenge here. It's Pascal Maria, the veteran French umpire. Leighton's walking across the court here, Bruce. I think he feels this was good, but it's worth a challenge on set point.
30-40.
Maybe a lucky break, but he has dominated the rallies and in the end dominated the opening set. 6-3 to Hewitt.
Let first service.
Hey, Roger, if you had the old job and you were still coaching him and he caught your eye, what would you be telling Leighton right now?
Look, this is exactly what he needs to do. He's doing all the standard Leighton Hewitt things very well. He's got great flight on the ball when he's in defence. 63% on his first serve. That's a good play from Nalbandian, but defending well, attacking well, using the lines too, which we thought Nalbandian would do more so than Leighton. But Leighton's been prepared to use his forehand down the line where he flattens out and it plays low to Nalbandian. So all these things, it's just a matter of Leighton now keeping the clear mind to continually navigate the way he's been doing in the first 44 minutes.
Nalbandian challenging the normal baseline for scoring.
Good call for the Argentinian.
15-30.
You know, Jim, the concerning thing for David Nalbandian, I'm not sure if you'd agree, but the amount of times he's missed balls into the net, but not just missed them or hit the tape, which good players do, he's missed them halfway up the net. Quite concerning for me. Hasn't quite found his range.
Well, quite a contrast from last night when we saw Novak Djokovic come out here with such confidence and such authority and such RPM on every shot. He had huge speed on the racket head through the strike zone, and Nalbandian looks to be just a little hesitant, I would say, at the moment. And confidence is king in this sport, in any sport. And Leighton Hewitt has that baton right now on this court.
So winning those rallies again, Hewitt holds. And really the opening game, we should have looked back and thought, well, this is what a precursor to the first set, because he got 3 break points against Nalbandian, didn't he?
Oh, he sure did. Nalbandian at that point really took aggression to dig out of the hole, but look at Hewitt just opening the court up with the angled serve, spreading it, And now here, getting the easy reply. Good success off of the serve. Very effective serving from Hewitt. And really just outplayed Nalbandian in this set. And there's that ball in the tape. Nalbandian, quite a few unforced errors. And a perfect start for Hewitt.
And let's see if that stat holds up that Jim told us about. Whoever has won the first set in the 5 times they've played has gone on to win the match. Over the years, Nalbandian's been one of those guys, though. His energy levels can grow through a match. He can start a bit flat, can't he?
Well, certainly did here in 05 against Leighton when Leighton came out and crushed him 3-2 in the first 2 sets, and then Nalbandian returned the favor in sets 3 and 4, 6-1 and 6-3 before we got busy in the 5th, 10-8. Oh, cue the highlight reel. Wow. Talk about court coverage here. 2 backhand overheads, and then Hewitt just strikes down the line.
Just moving so well at the moment, isn't he?
Oh, man. And anticipating where the shots are going, which is almost half the battle against a player of Nalbandian's caliber.
15-30.
Well, for Leighton to go for that ball, he's feeling it out there. There's a tell about that. He's seeing it big. I mean, that's not in his standard repertoire. Dangerous times here for Nalbandian.
Oh, a horrendous miss by Nalbandian. Sets up 2 break points. That was halfway up the net and outside of the singles line here. Oh my gosh. Just about his best shot, if not his best shot, the down the line backhand. Not that time. Oh, 2 strange errors in a row from the backhand wings of these men.
Seen that a few times before.
Trademark?
Yolanda.
Is that who owns it?
Not sure he's getting paid for it.
He sent a smoke signal, a telegram, an email, a text message. I mean, everyone in the building knew the drop shot was coming. But Hewitt tries to go back to the finesse cross court there and just ticks the tape with it. Was there in plenty of time.
Just as he did in the opening game of the first set, he saved a couple of break points together. Well,
this is one of the best constructed points for Nalbandian so far tonight. Opened the court up, took his time, was in position early, unhurried, and punishing with his shots.
Game. Nalbandian.
So holds on with a few errors from the Hewitt racket this time. So 1-all in this second set.
1 game.
Quiet, please. Looks like these home and away hunks are going to give Summer Bay a bit of a shake-up. New home and away. Monday at 7 on 7.
I wonder if Beck still watches the program that helped to make her famous. Sure she does.
She must.
Yeah. It's a bit of a let-off for Nalbandian there. For half net ball that you and Roger have been talking about from the get-go, really.
Well, that's a decel on that forehand. Decelerates the racket, just doesn't really believe in that shot on that swing. Man, there's the obvious frustration. He's got to commit to that shot, pure and simple. And taking a look.
Hewitt challenge the corner left outside. Ball was caught out.
So we'll see on this one. You know, Nalbandian, for a guy who got to the finals in his first tournament of the year, is really playing like a guy who's lacking match play. That was not terribly close, I think we can kindly say.
Well, he thought about it and probably should have thought about it a bit longer.
He picked the wrong mark is what he did when he saw down the line. Hoping a little bit more than reality. Pretty good results for the Aussies today here. That was a tough one. Ebden losing 6 1/4 to Russell.
That was a miss up the line for Leighton. Leighton doesn't generally go up the line off that ball. Let's just see if he plays a timid point here, because he's been his racket head speed has been excellent on every occasion. But this is a little moment here. Had the break points in the previous game.
Let first service.
Well, it was an aggressive swing by Hewitt on the forehand, but it was a conservative play to go cross court. He really had the down the line if he wanted to play true offensive tennis. Instead, it was Nalbandian who picked that one clean down the line. His coach, Luis Lobo, on the right. Approved. Break point here, Bruce.
A big turnaround in the last 5 minutes. And that's a big win for Nalbandian. He hung on his own serve and then breaks the Hewitt serve. It's 2-1 in the second set. What do you like about this, Jim?
Well, it's a smooth motion. It's very little fluff on this serve, right? No hitch. Nalbandian has pretty easy power, I think. You know, he's not a terribly big guy. You mentioned earlier he and Leighton are the same height. He's a little stockier. But he has the ability with his swing to just accelerate about 10 to 15% more without you even knowing it's coming. And that's when he can do big damage. Now, he and Leighton both use Yonex rackets, which aren't really known to be as powerful as the racket that Rafa uses, the Babolat. Some of the other wider body rackets that have a little more juice. It's more really of a player with feels racket. And you can see that the way these guys strike the ball. They're flatter hitters of the ball. They don't get that excessive topspin of some of the players, the younger players, really.
Jim, you mentioned you wanted to see David Nalbandian, or you were surprised at his ability to execute with pace, and he was obviously making a lot of balls but in the middle of the net, but now he's actually accelerating on the ball. The last 5 or 10 minutes, he's clubbing the ball now. You can see Leighton just scurrying around the baseline a number of times.
14-15.
Well, at 15-40, when Nalbandian was serving here in his opening service game in this set, he had a second serve into Leighton's body that Leighton missed pretty badly. And that was really a get-out-of-jail-free card for Nalbandian.
Again, Nalbandian.
Totally different energy in the room now. 3-1 Nalbandian.
The big stars keep coming because tomorrow night we have Roger Federer. There is no one bigger than him against Gilles Simon, who already won a title in Sydney this year. Before that, Jelena Dokic of Australia against Barbara Zalavova-Strycova, who we saw in great form in both Brisbane and in Sydney.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to there. So now Nalbandian now consolidates the break. Do you think much about the scoreboard when you're playing? I mean,
sure.
How does it impact you, reckon?
Well, let's just think about it. You know, players will always talk about how matches turn on 1 point or 2 points, and that's the difference. And, case in point, 15-40, Nalbandian serving down the set, potentially going down a break, and he gets a gimme from Hewitt, and then his mindset changes. Oh my gosh, that is so awesome. That looked so easy and is so hard.
15-0.
A little flick of the left wrist. And a beautiful cross-court pass here by Nalbandian. Watch this pickup here. Just a quick flick right in front of Hewitt. That is beautiful. But Bruce, the scoreboard matters not just on the games, it matters within the games. At 15-30, I certainly played differently as opposed to 30-15.
More defensively or more aggressively?
Depending if I was returning or serving. Serving, if I was up 30-15, I looked to be very offensive. Actually, both. If I was up 30-15, I looked to be very offensive in general. More offensive even as a returner, because you just don't break as often as you hold. Oh, that's a bad miss from Nalbandian, who since earlier in this set,
14-15,
turned this match a little bit more in his favor. I bet you his average rally shot has gone up about, I don't know, 10, 12K. Just a lot more authority in his shots.
Good serve. Needed to hold, did. Nalbandian still with the lead in the second set.
Nalbandian leads.
The telly, I haven't heard it called the telly for years, Griggsy. Anyway, I know what you mean. I'm not going to get an inferiority complex being compared with J.A. You'll start arguing with me.
He's a politician, though. And I would definitely take issue. I always have with J.A.
You're going to miss the argument over the next 2 weeks.
It's true. Good, healthy friction.
He's sent him to politics, Jim.
I know. You're welcome, Australia. Where is J.A.? Up in Sydney?
Yeah.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, as courtesy to both players, remind to be quiet between the first and second serve. Thank you.
There's that middle of the net
15,
miss
30.
from Nalbandian. We saw a lot of in the first set. And a look in now for Leighton to get back on serve at 15-30. Just turned that one right over in his hand.
Just so vital, the first serve for both players here. You just feel like whenever they do get that first ball in, it's a real blessing for them. They're generally going to win the majority of the points.
Hewitt's at 66 and Nalbandian at 63 in terms of percentage first serve.
And they're both winning just about 70% of the time they get that first ball in. Big edge for Hewitt on second serve points, though. He's winning many more of his own second serves.
Yes.
I've been trying to figure out technically what's going on when Nalbandian dumps those balls in the net. And that time he was way too far out in front to get anything on the ball. He didn't have it in his strike zone. He was a little anxious.
It's his favourite shot, isn't it? It's his trademark. I wish my wife would react to something good. Is yours? You're recently married?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really play a lot of matches where I get to see what she's doing if I hit a shot.
Oh, that was perfect, wasn't it?
I think I get a lot of chagrin from her at this stage. Wow. Boy. You know, reminds me of that second serve earlier in this set where Leighton decelerated on the shot. That forehand was barely halfway up the net.
They're both giving one another some chances here, aren't they?
Hewitt changing the corner on the right far side. Ball was calling in.
Oh, man. That's not bad, is it? A pretty good shot.
Nalbandian.
2-0.
Hewitt has one challenge remaining.
Well played so far. Hasn't been able to convert the break points in the second set. Let's go back to Margaret Court Arena. Songa playing, Henri Lecomte commentating.
Oh, dangerous. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming. Oh, my. No, I don't want to say that, but... What a point, baby. Oh, mamma mia! You cannot be serious!
That match will be shown after this later tonight. He's different.
15-0.
He's unique, isn't he, Henri?
I was in the lift with him today and he didn't know who I was. I had to introduce myself.
Sometimes I'm not sure he knows who he is. But he has his own brand of talent.
Touch it off.
So, I want to get to the bottom of this, Jim. Those mishits of Nalbandian, these feet getting in the wrong position. Is it the acceleration or deceleration of the racket? You've got another 3 sets to think about.
Yeah, I mean, the one backhand, he just was very anxious, and his arms got too far out in front of him, so he didn't have any power on the shot.
First service.
Maybe Raj has seen something that I'm not seeing from this angle on that. But if I had to really pinpoint it, it's mental. It's technically very sound.
Well, he plays points like that, Jim, and you think, well, you can't imagine that he can bounce so many balls in the middle of the net. But look, a couple of times he hasn't quite had his body weight in the right spot. He's been reaching for it, as you said, and then there's the odd time the racket head acceleration isn't there. But you know, it's pretty tough out here. It's heavy conditions. He spins the ball pretty viciously off his racket too sometimes on the forehand. He just doesn't quite grab it.
Doesn't miss too many of those either, Hewitt, does he? I mean, as good as he is with the lob, the overhead smash has been a reliable friend for a lot of years. See, the big guy did well, though, didn't he? Yeah, no problem. So 4-3. Nalbandian with a break. Second set.
New ball, please.
As we walk back with Hewitt. Spider can
fly back with him. Love that technology.
Oh, yeah.
Just never seen shots like that on a tennis court until this technology came to life. I had it at the U.S. Open last year, and I think Steve Wood of Tennis Australia said, we have to have that.
15.
Well, it's been a good get.
No question. Looks like we're going 5 out on court 18 there. Seppi and Clement. feel by Nalbandian. And by the way,
15 all.
pretty good value for the fans who come for the after 5 ticket prices and get a chance to see a match like that. Seppi and Clement out on court 18 here as we go into the night.
On their way to a 5th set.
Yeah.
He's a real journeyman now, Clement, isn't he? Former finalist here all those years ago.
He's a solid doubles player. Tell you what, being a tennis player is not all bad. Being your own boss beats the real world by miles. Arnaud Clement's a journeyman. That's a journey most people would want to be on.
30-15.
Perhaps you should pass that on to Dinara Safina tonight.
Yeah, she's got to regroup after the love loss to Kim Kleisters, who looked awfully impressive in Dinara's defense. It wasn't just a subpar performance. Kleisters looks very confident.
14-15.
Love the way Nalbandian absorbs this ball, stays right down on it, uses the pace of Hewitt against him, and creates that angle. It's a thing of beauty.
And that's a comfortable hole. So he's 5-3, close to squaring the match.
Nalbandian leads 5 games.
She's been the troubled team, but now Jelena Dokic is looking to make another run deep into the Australian Open. Tomorrow night, she's the crowd favourite on Rod Laver Arena. That's followed by Superman, but Roger Federer's kryptonite awaits. Sydney champion Gilles Simon has won 2 from 2 against the Fed Express.
So a lot to look forward to tomorrow night. Federer was so good in the opening round. Lucas Larko didn't play that badly, but he was hammered. It's always a funny game, I reckon, this one, Jim, when you're serving and you're 3-5 down. It's a difficult spot to be in, isn't it? Because you're a long way away from the set if you're Hewitt. You've just got to hang tough and try and get one more chance at him.
Let. First service.
And try and create some momentum. Even if you lose this game, you want to at least show your opponent that you're in there. Great depth from both players there until Nalbandian blinked.
Touch it off.
You never really expect Leighton to go away, do you? No matter what the score is. Haven't seen that yet.
$30-15.
He's a great counterpuncher, isn't he?
He's just a great player, Nalbandian. It's a shame he's had so many injury issues. And I think at times he's lost motivation too, Bruce. Nalbandian. He has a lot of other interests, loves car racing and
30.
I think maybe just wasn't quite as dedicated as some of the other players on tour throughout his 20s, and now he's approaching 30. Rededicated, new lease on life with that surgery. And this is an interesting point here. 30 all.
Hewitt is trying to call on the right far side. The ball was called out.
Nalbandian's really just played the score in this game. He knows he has that cushion break, so he's really freewheeled at the last 2 points from love 30 down. That can serve there. Let's see what happens here. Is this going to be a point for Hewitt? Because it wasn't a clean ace. Yeah. So now Nalbandian's going to argue this because he touched this ball. He's going to say he was hindered. He's going to say that the linesman bothered him and he would have returned it. Let's listen in.
The ball came after you hit the ball. Well, you hit it and you call it. It's my feeling. It's my judgment.
You never play tennis, so your feeling doesn't matter.
Probably. Maybe it's what you think, but it's my judgment.
And the long arm of the law has spoken.
Pretty well handled, I think, don't you?
Well, it's good to be decisive, but it is a judgment call by the umpire, and that's his job to make that call. But Nalbandian may have been right as well.
What do you think?
I think Nalbandian has a break. Move on. That's what I think. We can replay that back to sound if we can find out, and maybe we will at some stage here, but it doesn't really matter. Hewitt was going to have another first serve in any case, at worst. And he wasn't going to make that return if there was no call. So.
Hewitt.
Withstood the pressure, holds, and now asks Nalbandian to hold and take it to one set off. Live again in this set.
That's a little long. Hewitt's had 3 breakpoint chances this set, has been unable to convert. And for the match, he's just 2 for 10. Meanwhile, Nalbandian 1 for 1.
So Hewitt's created 10 breakpoint chances to 1.
And they talk about it's just a point here and a point there. They know what they're talking about.
You talked about the ground speed of Nalbandian increasing as this match has gone on. We saw a good example of it there. That got back to Hewitt in a hurry, didn't it?
Sure did. Confidence growing, ground stroke speed growing. Triple set point.
So all square, just under an hour and a half. Centerpiece.
6-4, 1-6. Losing her temper and her match against Petra Martic of Croatia in a topsy-turvy encounter this morning. Third set about to get underway in Rod Laver Arena as we rejoin Jim Courier, who is sitting alongside, without a doubt, the one, the only Bruce McAvaney.
15-0.
Joe, you know how to sweet talk a guy.
Does she?
You should know.
Those were years ago.
You've worked with her long enough.
Years ago.
You learnt your lesson.
I had my shot. Wow.
15-0.
So Hewitt thought that was a let, and you know, is suggesting that Pascal Maria shut off the let machine if it's not going to work, which is what Leighton truly believes. Leighton, like most tennis players, Bruce, slight problem with authority. Sort of a occupational hazard for tennis players.
His mother was a teacher.
This is a huge game, boys. Leighton's trying to fire himself up here. He's a lot fidgetier than he has been since that early part of the second set. A lot more things going on his side of the court than just tennis, as we saw.
Does he look to the box now, Roger? We just saw Roach a moment ago. Is that what normally happens?
Yeah, and a few other things going on at the moment. That's a beautiful return there. He's up the ante on the second serve return. There's no doubt about that. I thought that might happen, but he's got a few things going on with the umpire, central umpire. He's felt his hip a couple of times, just a bit of a stretch on 2 different occasions. Top 5 tennis right now, the way he's striking the ball. What he's able to do, Leighton's probably covering twice the amount of ground since 1-love in the second set. He's now Nalbandian is just standing and delivering, changing the where the ball goes, down the line, cross court. Leighton's in a lot of trouble here.
Keeps converting those break points, doesn't he? And gets that break in the opening game of the third set.
He's a perfect 2 for 2 on his break points, and he snuck out of some early trouble in this second set, did Nalbandian. And then he just started maneuvering and manipulating the ball and upping the pace, opening the court, and really taking control of the baseline rallies. Not a lot between these two players in this set. You know, Hewitt had those 3 breakpoint chances. He could not convert, could have been a whole lot different, but it comes down to who converts. Nalbandian, the perfect 2 for 2 so far, so it's just a set apiece, but now Nalbandian, Bruce, he's firmly got the momentum here with a break in hand.
It wasn't that long ago that Hewitt led a set and we thought he was going to go to 2-love at the start of the second, but Nalbandian now, a set apiece and with the early break.
Let's see if Hewitt can turn the tables the way Nalbandian did here.
Love 15.
Early in the second set when it seemed like Hewitt had all the momentum. Hewitt had 15-40 and a second serve and then just lost control in that game. You can see the strain in Leighton's face right now. A different look, different energy from him.
And Jim, the problem he's got is normally he can sort of knuckle down and go, okay, I'll just keep a lot of balls in, go cross court, wait for my chances, play percentages. But if you do that against Nalbandian, he just goes bang and he pulls the trigger up the line and he spreads you. So he needs to be aggressive to get back involved in this match.
13-15.
Raj, what do you think about this strategy for Leighton? At this stage with Nalbandian really starting to develop his confidence, what do you think about really going big and aggressive with the ball, but up the middle and taking the angles away from Nalbandian?
I like it, especially off the backhand side. Yeah, I think that one just missing.
30.
I like that, Jim, and I also like the fact if Leighton could use a little bit of slice now. Nalbandian's getting the same ball. It's constant. There's not a lot of variety going on. Leighton's got a great slice. Let's make Nalbandian create the pace.
And just for my knowledge, what's your hand signal, Raj, for that as a coach?
shot. He doesn't like doing that shot as well. At least he's going for a bit. It's just a wrong choice of shot. He could use the slice there. I don't have a hand signal, Jim. I just went with, give me a bit of variety. I want to see some slice. Just straight out of the mouth.
Just straight out of the mouth, eh?
Straight out of the mouth.
No coaching in tennis, but there's just sort of random thoughts that appear and travel across the airwaves.
You're not on the payroll anymore, Rog, anyway.
Different one. Gotta say it in French now.
Keeps the pressure on.
Yes.
You don't see a lot of players, Bruce, take the ball up the middle and try and take angles away as much as I think you should. I think it's a different strategy, and when you cover ground as well as Hewitt does, it's pretty tough to hit a winner from the center of the court off a guy like Leighton. Break-point chance now for Hewitt. Creating his own angles there. And
how many, Jim?
Oh, he's Leighton is on break points 2 for 10. So this is his 11th chance.
What's Nalbandian?
2 for 2. Wow, 2 for 11. That's just too good.
Yes.
He's up to 4 aces now, Nalbandian. 1 for Hewitt. A couple in this set. So a couple in this game.
Nalbandian.
He's used it a bit, hasn't he?
They're working hard out there now, Nalbandian. You see at the end of this point, really looking for some oxygen, going to the towel, straining and stressing. But he's still ahead.
Isn't it funny, sometimes now Nalbandian out in the court, he gets a little cute. That was cute. He could have just played, he could have driven that cross court. He went for the acute angle on a big point.
Point number 12 for Hewitt. Up a little quicker on that drop shot. Not quite as deft from Nalbandian that time. And this one just is spot in the corner. Perfect for Hewitt to secure the break point. And there's the conversion rate. 2 of 11 thus far for Hewitt.
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh. Bruce, he guessed right, but he over-guessed. He kind of got jammed on a tee serve.
And again, a huge let-off.
He had the volley grip in hand. He was firmly committed just to blocking it back, and he just guessed a little too far to the center. Bad luck for Hewitt. Bad luck, bad execution.
It's 7.5 minutes this game been going so far. Missed it.
Yeah.
Nalbandian holds, and it's 2-love.
Nalbandian leads 2 games.
We've had lots of responses to our question, who is Leighton Hewitt's greatest rival? This is part of our Jacobs Creek fan forum. Alex says Roger Federer. Of course, he knocked him out at the Australian Open last year. And John says David Nalbandian, who currently leads 2-love in this third set as we rejoin Jim and Bruce. But keep your ideas and your suggestions coming all week at yahoo7.com.au/JC fan forum.
They've played 5 times prior to tonight, this rivalry. 3-2 for Hewitt, but not often in the last few years. The biggest match, the Wimbledon final, quarter-final here in a Davis Cup. Quarter-final, I reckon it was. I should remember. It was a quarter or semi. What was it, Jim?
Quarters.
Quarter, that's it. Up in Sydney on the grass.
Yep.
Well, Leighton's in a tricky little spot here. He worked so hard in the previous game for nothing in the end.
You never really know, Bruce, if the work, even unsuccessful work that Hewitt's put in here in the last few minutes, if it doesn't pay off for you later. Because if you had to bet on one of these guys for an endurance race, you'd take Hewitt all day. So you never know. If this thing went 5 and went deep into the night, maybe those lengthy games, those exchanges pay off.
So second ace for Hewitt. Nalbandian had a couple in the previous game. How important they were. So Seppi, who is a journeyman, and Clement.
Well, this is the journeyman special then, because you called Clement a journeyman earlier as well. So
that's the second phase of his creature. You're being hard to get along with.
Our first match in about 5 or 6 years together, Bruce. We got to get right back into sync.
14-15.
Hewitt trying to get back into sync here at 40-15, get a hold of serve on the board.
Hewitt changed the call on the right far side. Ball was called out.
You know, Hewitt really judged whether he was going to call that challenge based on what Pascal Maria's face looked like. Because he never once looked at anyone else. And that Pascal Maria gave that away.
So he holds serve.
Well, let's see.
Replay this one.
They're going to replay this point.
Sorry?
He got there before she called that.
Well, that's not my feeling. The feeling that this one needs to just be on right time at the same time. So I think
You're
this
kidding,
one...
aren't you? That was the latest call of all time.
Well, no,
Mate, he hit it into the ground.
compared to the far side, no, I not agree with that.
Okay. So here's what I think, Bruce. I think that was a give-back call to Nalbandian from Pascal Maria. I think that the call where Nalbandian ticked the ball off the serve about 30 minutes ago, I think Pascal Maria felt like he may have erred there. That's a hunch. But not kind words from Leighton, were they?
No, they were not. But he does hold, and it's 2-1 Nalbandian. 2 games. I mean, Leighton eyeballing Pascal Maria a moment ago and letting him know exactly what he thought about his career today.
It was an interesting sequence, wasn't it? Because Hewitt was relying on Pascal's reaction to judge whether he should challenge. And Pascal gave him a, I'm not sure, look. Layden took him up on it. Layden got the call, but he didn't get the point. And it was a give-back call to Nalbandian, so it was a fairly complex situation. And Layden simplified it pretty quickly with a summary judgment on Pascal Maria.
He got to the bottom line in a hurry.
He did.
What do you reckon, Rod? You know his temperament better than all of us. I mean, does this help Layden, or when he's fired up like this, or not?
Oh, look, sometimes he can get into this combat with somebody. It can be the opposition player. He can knuckle down, but I don't like it when he starts getting into a competition with the umpire. Oh, maybe I do like it. But you know, that's a great shot from Layden. He's still going for his shots, but when he gets into that dogged fight with his opponent and he's angry at him, that's what I love. Because I know then he's not going to lose too many of those fights. Layden's pushing big here, boys. You can really feel it on the court. He's really trying to find something here, and he knows he needs to stay competitive in the rally situation. Also try and take a little bit of control if he can, because he's been pushed around too much.
How long can you stay big if you're Hewitt? Pushing big, Roger, how long?
Well, I think he's just going to keep going, Bruce. I don't think the other way wins.
Hewitt using the center of the court in that point, neutralizing Nalbandian, and Nalbandian just pushing the envelope on his forehand. The weaker wing gives way here. And now another break point for Hewitt. Can he convert?
Hewitt breaks back. 2 all. Let's get out here on there again with see how Song is going.
Thank you for coming. He's there. He's there. Why you didn't let bounce that ball? Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yes, baby.
So that match has gone to a 5th, and this one back all square. Big moment now. Well picked too, Rog, by the way. I mean, you were right on with the Hewitt move.
Yeah, the energy levels have shifted again. And as I said, that game before, Layden was pushing big, and he got the required result. A little bit more pace coming off his ball as well, a bit more depth.
He's had some success at that end too, Rog, against the serve, hasn't he?
Sure has. Few misses from Nalbandian, some unforced errors, you know, to give away that game, and also just there we saw one. So let's see if he straightens up a bit, but also the look on Layden's face. Jim mentioned it before. He was tense when he was a set a piece and a breakdown. There's a bit more freedom on his face now. It's a bit more relaxed mindset. He's sort of navigating a bit clearer.
bonuses for these guys, aren't they?
40 off.
So Beck urging Leighton on. There's a terrific story on Tennis Wags tomorrow on Sunrise with Koshy and Merle. Going to get up for that.
Yeah, well, there you go. He's pumped all right.
Hewitt leads 3 games to 2.
One of the great competitors of all time, isn't he? A lot about the Hewitt determination. So expressive, and at the moment the adrenaline is really flowing through the body. He's had a good 10 minutes.
Oh man, just missing that one. And Bruce Hewitt doubled his ace count for the match in the last 2 serves. So up to 4 aces now, and just missing this full stretch drop volley here. Just on top of the tape. There, Hewitt in the middle of the net. As you see, Seppi is poised to advance to the second round. 5-2 in the 5th in the Journeyman Special. Yeah. And now Nalbandian trying to right his ship here with a 30-love lead in this game. Too many unforced errors from Nalbandian here. That last little 15-minute sequence, there's a double fault. That's his 3rd of the match. And Louis Slobo on the right with the cap. And a pretty detailed discussion, it looks like. A few thoughts coming out. But he's a long way from his man. Can't get those words all the way across the net to Nalbandian.
He hasn't been with him for all that long, has he? It's a year and a bit, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
And David hasn't played a whole lot of tennis in that time, at this level.
Yeah, he had Martin Haite, another Argentine, who was working with him until the end of 08. Nalbandian.
He needs a first serve here. This is critical.
Really let him down. Nalbandian's given ground on that forehand, and another break point chance now for Hewitt to get up a break.
You know, he's lost his adrenaline now, Nalbandian's also got a little bit lazy in his body work, in his body to cover the ball and his acceleration through the ball.
Not too good. And Jim, I think back to that second game, we didn't get anything on the scoreboard. You mentioned that the attrition rate on Nalbandian, he made him work so hard. Now suddenly Roger's talking about the energy levels for Nalbandian down and Hewitt right up. So you said it may play a part. Maybe it's done it a little quicker than we thought.
Yeah, I think that that could have something to do with it. But I also think the aggravation from the umpire is also a little bit of a fire underneath Hewitt. And he's clearly fired up here. And from down a break to up a break, serving with new balls.
15 off.
Cheryl, his mum, I went to school with her. She was a great athlete. Terrific netballer and runner. She was the best in the school.
Shocking how frequently these tennis players' parents are good athletes, isn't it?
Well, he's sprinting to the line here in this 3rd set, isn't he?
He is. Quick aside, the only great player I know whose parents don't seem to be really athletic, Pete Sampras. His father is an engineer, worked for NASA. Athletic? No.
Don't think it cost him a slam or two, though, do you? 14's enough, isn't it?
I think he got whatever athletic ability there was in that DNA. He got it all. Very concentrated. And speaking of concentrated, Hewitt at 40 love here is making quick work in this game.
Well, that's just what he wanted. He sprints to the chair and sprints towards a 2-1 lead. In 2-5. And Roger, he's just flat. He's as flat as Leighton's up.
Oh, this is amazing. I haven't seen this on a tennis court at this level. These guys were playing top 15 tennis there for a long time, especially Nalbandian, to be up. A set a piece and a break. And he had full control. Wow. Well, Jim, I'm sure that's a crack racket, and it looks like he's going to continue playing with it. I'm amazed at that Yonex racket's in one piece.
15-30.
I make a great commercial for the racket. Look how tough our rackets are. Resilient. Big serve and a forehand. Doesn't matter if it's cracked, it still works. He's looking at that racket now, Nalbandian. He knows it's cracked. He's going to change it. Probably on the sit down, but he's going to have to sit down and think about how he let this set slip away. 2 set points now for Hewitt.
15-14.
Do you think Hewitt's got inside his head a bit here?
I think Nalbandian's in his own head at this point. I don't think Leighton's got in there. Because to be clear, Nalbandian has made a lot of unforced errors and really been a big contributor. It's not like Leighton has stepped up and ripped a lot of winners. Leighton has done the right things with his game, and he's earned his spot here by sticking around and letting Nalbandian self-destruct. These break points just are not easy for Leighton tonight.
So total.
Let's see, he's won 4 out of 16, and Nalbandian is a perfect 2 for 2.
So 16 break points created by Hewitt and 2 for Nalbandian.
Isn't it amazing you can play a point like that? But now David Nalbandian has just switched off, and he can't turn himself back on again at the moment. Quite unusual to see at this level.
Again,
well, what a contrast that game was. So 5-3 in the third.
5 games to 3.
She's been the troubled team, but now Jelena Dokic is looking to make another run deep into the Australian Open. Tomorrow night, she's the crowd favourite on God Laver Arena. That's followed by Superman, but Roger Federer's kryptonite awaits. Sydney champion Gilles Simon has won 2 from 2 against the Bet Express.
Still some tickets available. Not too many, but still some tickets available for tomorrow night. Last 2 service games have been love for Hewitt. Hasn't dropped a point for a while on serve.
Change of tactic from Nalbandian right there
15 all.
Going to the slice backhand, forcing Hewitt to create his own pace, something Leighton does not like historically. So maybe Nalbandian coming out of a slumber here in this set. Maybe Slobo, his coach, feeling the strain. Just shocks me when players don't recognize successful tactics and stress on the other opponent and resort back to the same thing that's been failing them. It happens with such frequency, it just stuns me that Nalbandian wouldn't revert back to the slice and see if Hewitt gives him a few more.
Now, set points on serve.
Nalbandian is trying to make sure that racket is good and cracked. Gave it a pretty good chuck right there after that missed return. A little do or die from Nalbandian there. Sneaks in. It's a nice field volley to save one set point.
Brilliant. Wins 6 of the last 7 games in the set. And goes to a 2-1 lead. 6 games to 4. And did he change his racket? Not sure in the end.
He did not.
So a match of fluctuating fortunes. I mean, if you tuned in for 10 minutes here or there, you'd be very surprised at times of that scoreline.
Love 15.
Yeah, very casual on this one. And pain in the face of Nalbandian when he missed that shot. Well, this is a great opportunity for Leighton. Nalbandian is flat right now. 2 very loose errors.
So we know one thing, that was a long match out there and a thriller, so that's coming up after this.
Oh man, what a horrific game from Nalbandian. 3 break-point chances for Hewitt here on the donation. And it might be time to just go ahead and demolish that racket for good if you're Nalbandian and start with another one. There's some bad mojo on that thing.
Out.
a miss, boys, but a quality point from Leighton. And all I did then was I actually focused purely on Leighton's feet. I wasn't watching anything else, and he is moving electrically with his feet. His feet are on fire, so he's alert, his mind's alert. He knows he's got his man exactly where he wants him, and he's going for the kill big time here.
Let's first service.
Well, it's been a theme of the night. I mean, in the end, he's leading, but he's had so many chances and break points.
Yeah, I don't agree with that aggression there. He's gotten 3 donation points in this game from Nalbandian, and going big would be fine, but go down the middle there and see if you get another error from the Argentine. And that first serve missed by 8 feet. I'd go big here, right up the middle, and just keep grinding. And there's a break of serve.
First game. He just came out so cold now, Nalbandian, didn't he?
Sure did. And he had, as we know, the break in this set until Hewitt turned it around, got a little testy with the umpire, used that for fuel. Got himself back on serve and then helped the break. And then closed it right on out with just brilliant touch. And now the finish line's in sight, Bruce.
Yeah, it's an early move in the 4th set, but he's got all the momentum. He's been able to break that serve consistently over the last 40 minutes. He's created so many chances from the very first game tonight. This will be a big result either way for both of these players. A real tester in the first round of the Australian Open.
Missed by Leighton, but the one for our viewers, the one big pleasing factor and big tick near Leighton's name is he's continually swinging at the ball. You know, there hasn't been too many balls where he's been off pace with his racket speed, so it's a really good sign for not only here if he continues on, but just for the rest of the year if he keeps going at this level. At the other end of the court, David Nalbandian, I've never seen Nalbandian lose a tennis match due to fatigue. That's one thing he doesn't do. He's lost about 6 or 7 kilos. It's the lightest I've ever seen him. So he's going to hang around. It's just he's got to find his game again.
30 all.
It's been such a theme tonight, Nalbandian netting the ball on both wings, mainly the forehand, but on both wings. So from love 30 back to 30 on the Hewitt serve with the break in this fourth set.
Out. Now Mary Champion called on the right baseline. Ball was cut out.
So no doubt, Nalbandian was going to challenge that one. Big point. And it goes to Hewitt.
40-30.
40-30. He played right down the middle there, Hewitt, through that rally.
I like that strategy. I mean, I'm flogging a dead horse at this point, probably, but just paid dividends for Leighton.
Going to challenge? I don't think. Yep, he is.
No, man, Champion called on right baseline. Ball was cut out.
A little bit of air of desperation in these challenges. He's basically hit the same spot 2 times in a row. Yep. So Hewitt holds.
You've been hanging on to this for a while. Take us back to school.
Well, we saw Hewitt earlier here showcase this signature shot he has, the top spin lob. And he's got such great disguise on it. That's the thing. He backs away from it. He knows instantly he's hit a winner. He's like a basketball player hitting a three-pointer and already going to play defense once the ball's in the air. He knows that point's in his pocket.
Must be a sweet feeling.
Yeah, it must be.
Well, what a great position he finds himself in now.
That was bad timing.
You hung on to it for an hour and look what happened.
15 off.
I don't think I've seen him hit one like that.
He kind of mishits this backhand on the lob. And it's Nalbandian just stands still, puts it right away.
Rog, you'd perfected it before you got hold of him, but did he practice it much?
Oh, look, he was a genius at this shot. He could get the ball to go up off his racket so quickly. That's the amazing part about it. Not too many players can do that off any shot. You'd think this is 5 minutes of the match here for Nalbandian. If he doesn't stay, if Nalbandian can't keep the scoreline close here,
30-15.
He's not going to allow Leighton to get tight. If he was trying to serve it out at 5-4, if he's up double break, there's no chance Leighton's going to get tight closing this match out.
So could a hat-trick become 4 wins for Australia today? Molek stows at Tomic. So he's won one match at the Australian Open as a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old and an 18-year-old, Tomic.
Looked awfully good today. For a guy who didn't play much at all the second half of the season last year, inexplicably. He sure looked like he had plenty of matches under his belt. Looked awfully good.
Well, Roger talked about 5 minutes. Well, this is the moment, you would think. Hewitt, of course, famously as a 15-year-old qualified here and played Bagheera in the opening round, but he had to wait till he was 17 before he won his first match here at the Aussie Open. He won a tournament before that.
He's tied for the record, hasn't he, for most consecutive Australian Opens? On the men's side, 15th.
Yep.
We're going to have a challenge
on the right near side. The ball was called out.
And he'll be flat out of challenges if he's incorrect on this one for the rest of this set, unless they get into a tiebreak. Well, he got that one right.
Yes. It's the same than before, Leighton. It is the same than before. No, this one is just the call came the same time. The call came afterwards. And you said, no, I'm not agreeing with that. No.
Third time tonight that the players have touched the ball. And Pascal Maria has ruled that the call is coming either at the same time that they touch the ball or after. And that's a pure judgment call. His ears. Never mind the last point. That was great digging. Great digging by Nalbandian to stay in this. And Hewitt finally goes for the desperate drop shot there.
Yes.
Right on that tightrope, isn't he, at the moment? He's shaking. He hasn't quite fallen off it. He's strong tightrope to hold a bloke like Nalbandian too. He's on the edge.
Advantage, Nalbandian.
And you hear Leighton telling himself to hit the ball with an Nalbandian forehand, a side that's really given him so many mistakes, so many free points in this match.
Yes.
First serve percentage too in this set for Nalbandian's low.
Well, first serve percentage and energy and effectiveness all low so far in this set. You can see that in the scoreline. Air's come out of the balloon a little bit, hasn't it?
Yep. So, longish game.
Well, we had two good guesses on this point. In this point, I should say, by Nalbandian. He guessed right on the first one, and then he just holds his ground here. Hewitt thinks Nalbandian's going to move cross, and Hewitt was hitting it right to him. Took his eye off the ball.
something there, you'd reckon. He's still alive, hanging on.
Hewitt leads 2 games to 1.
Hostilities renewed. Hewitt missed the chance. Now Bandian got away with one, you'd think there. But still with a break and 2 sets to 1 in front. It's a good lead. So it's number 54 in the world there against number 21 in the world at the other end. Now Bandian's been as high as 3. Hewitt held number 1 for a total of 80 weeks. Only time they were in the top 5 at the same time was in January 06. Now Bandian at 5, Hewitt at 4 behind Federer, Nadal and Roddick at that stage. How hard do you think it's going to be, Roger, for Leighton to hold from here? It's still a fair bit to go, isn't there?
Yeah, but the only thing is I just like what I'm seeing up the other end if I was Leighton. Now Bandian's still making up for steroids. Yes, and he's going to have to keep pressing to break Leighton. So, you know, that's an extremely well-struck ball off 181-kilometre serve just to the field. It was in the hitting zone, yes, but still now Bandian's going to have to take his chances. He continues to play his game. He's not a player that goes up in the middle of the court, plays safe. He likes to press the lines. Ball's in Leighton's court. It's a good spot to be.
First service.
Well, that's just a point where Hewitt just stuck his chest out and said, I'm going toe-to-toe with you, and I'm not going to miss. I'm going to dig, I'm going to grind, and eventually you're going to break.
And he gave us the come on rock. That's Rocky Balboa. So when he's doing that, boys, he's not losing.
It's a great shot from the back, so keeps the advantage, gets one game closer.
3 games to 1.
Mistakes will happen.
Whose dishes will crash and burn.
New My Kitchen rules.
We're ready for anything.
Time after the tennis.
It's Manu, right? Henri's friend?
Yeah.
He's kind of a big deal down here, isn't he?
He is bigger than Henri, but don't you like
I'll give it tight ass. I met him last year when he was on the cusp of greatness, Manu.
He's probably nearly as big as you.
A little more frequency. Yeah, the crowd's really blowing some wind into Leighton's sail right now.
Love 15.
Push him over the line. Another break would pretty much seal the deal right here. 2 sets to 1. Break in hand, love 15. Yeah, that 30-all point just feels like it was a dagger in Nalbandian's heart in the last game.
Yeah, Jim, when you played, you start your career and you've got a few little things that you do. Leighton's always had the Rocky theme going his whole life, especially in the big matches. It's funny it hasn't sort of subsided at all. It just raises his head again in the heat of battle.
Some baby match points for Leighton here. 3 break point chances. See, look how many chances he's had. 21. 5 converted, but it doesn't matter in the end. You convert more break points than your opponent, you're going to do okay. Nalbandian really playing with nothing to lose here in these last 2 points. He's just letting it flow and hitting some really great shots as a result. It's ironic that sometimes almost giving up can make you play better.
So that said, do you feel he's been tight tonight?
Nalbandian?
Yeah, when there has been things to play for?
Yeah, it's been up and down with him, I think. I haven't felt like Nalbandian has come in with the confidence he should have had from a good first week over in Auckland, reaching the finals.
Lost to David Ferrer, who's a high seed here at 7, but big quality on the way through.
Yeah.
But you know, if he holds here, stranger things have happened. How many chances can a guy have? This guy's going to get another chance here.
And you know, psychologically, if Hewitt lost this game at 40-15, it wouldn't be a big deal. But having 40 love and having that finish line right basically under your feet and then having it ripped away from you if Nalbandian were to hold here, that creates a little different tension for Hewitt in his next service game. So, important for Leighton to break. So many times you'll see a player in this situation not get the break of serve and immediately lose their serve, and then you've got a dogfight.
Gee.
Thank you, Hawkeye, for letting the players decide this point.
So chances in the 3rd game of this set to get the double break. Chances again in the 5th game. Back to Juice.
I could have made that.
Advantage, Nalbandian.
This makes the first 2 points of the next service game if he holds. Nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
he's done it again. Dodged another one and stays just one break behind.
Hewitt leads 3 games to 2.
So coming up after Hewitt, now Nalbandian, it's Philip Petchner and Geoff Wilfred Songa. John Fitzgerald joined by Henri Leconte out there. We know it went to a fifth.
Thank you.
Songa was down early in that match. Fitz is the ex-Davis Cup captain, and I'm sitting with the American Davis Cup captain here. Now Hewitt with still the break. And that's a good start because he's had so many opportunities. How many break point opportunities in this set?
Well, only 8 so far. And just 1 for 8 on the conversion rate this set. But that should be enough for Hewitt. If he can just hold his serve, it will be. Well, some good fortune for Nalbandian there.
15-13.
A semi-miss hit on the forehand. Leighton was a little late getting over as a result, and then clips the tape with this backhand for the clean winner. So this is the moment that Nalbandian would have hoped for after winning that last game, a chance to really resurrect himself in this match. And let's remember, at love 40, he basically just went for broke. Hit some brilliant shots, but totally relaxed. And now 15-14, right on schedule. Mr. Momentum changes his address. Break point chances for Nalbandian to climb back into this fourth set, excuse me. Coach Lobo getting fired up for Nalbandian. Got it.
Again, Nalbandian.
So 3-all now in the fourth.
3 games over.
Well, it was the nightmare come true. Was it coming for a while? Maybe, but now those opportunities missed. That 1 for 8 do kick in.
Well, it hurts for Hewitt to know that Nalbandian was conceding those points at love 40. It's one thing if Nalbandian grits his teeth and outgrinds you. It's another if he goes for broke and hits corners. Those sting, and they sting twice as badly, I think. From experience, I can tell you. On this court, Andre Agassi did that to me. Came from 2 sets to love down. There's no worse feeling than knowing that you're in the locker room if you can just sneak that point in there and then have it ripped away from you and have to get back into grinding mode. Well, that's where Lleyton Hewitt is right here.
Well, this needs to be a tight game as well. Lleyton needs to play some quality points if he has the opportunity. He doesn't need Nalbandian to win this to 15 and just race to the chair. Leighton had the chance there. You would have seen it. He played that beautiful ball to get Nalbandian on the stretch on the forehand side. Had a chance with the ball in the middle of the court off his backhand. Pulled off, it went safe. Point lost. So a bit of protection here for Leighton at the moment. He's just not swinging freely right now.
Faulty 15. Faulty 30.
So it holds, and 4-3 now on serve in the fourth.
Nalbandian leads. Forget it.
Good a position as this since he led 2-love in the third set after he'd come back and won the second and seemingly was in the driver's seat. Hewitt still with the advantage though, 2 sets to 1 up, but mentally he must have been scarred over the last 15 minutes.
Love 15.
It's hard sometimes thinking you're not behind when you're actually level on the scoreboard.
Yep. Well, this is where tennis, a game where you don't have a clock to run out. Makes it tough. You have to close the door. You can't get a lead and sit on it in this sport. Oh, is he swinging freely now, Nalbandian?
He is, no doubt about that, Jim. He's swinging very freely. The first time on the forehand return on the first point, then again there on the backhand side. So he's back in that zone that he was in when he took the second set and up and early break in the third.
That was right on the tape. Good break for Hewitt. 15-30. Well, he may have just saved the set on this shot right here. Brilliant passing shot cross court. Nalbandian was really just hugging the center, not really covering anywhere, counting on the quality of his approach shot. But Hewitt matched quality with quality there.
It was
a bit like that point a few games ago that Hewitt actually won when they... See, you said he stuck his chest out. Well, Nalbandian did a bit of that then, didn't he?
Nalbandian has turned the tables on Hewitt. And he'll serve to level this at 2 sets apiece. And look at that tension and intensity and the There's the blood on his wrist here. Looks like he's been punching. And he's got a puncher's chance now. And he was out of this tournament. Gone at 3-1, low 40 serving. And now, a chance to level it. Wow, it's all going well for him. That one drops just inside the line.
59.
You got to say one thing. This takes. This is true talent. This takes courage as well. You just can't walk up and just start going for shots like this, like Nalbandian has done when he's been out of the match. There's not too many players in the world, Jim, that would have turned it around like this by swinging.
Well, I don't think we're going to see Leighton try the same tactic here. Down love 30 and try and freewheel some winners out of nowhere. Just not in his constitution. He's going to have to hope for some mistakes. There's one.
30-15.
He's an interesting package, isn't he, Nalbandian? Like he looks like he's got everything under control. Then he throws that one. That's halfway up the net again.
Must have been a dozen of those tonight, at least.
About as many of those bad misses as breakpoint chances that Hewitt has left on the table. Oh my gosh, 2 bad mistakes, and all of a sudden, back in the ball game is Hewitt, 30 all, 6 double fault from Nalbandian, and the Argentine has just donated his way back into trouble here.
Does he get nervous so close to this set?
Most evidently. And that's definite tension. He's been freewheeling it for about the last 15 minutes, and all of a sudden, he's got a thought in his mind again, and that's the problem. Clear mind, clear tennis. Not clear right now for Nalbandian. Wow. You know, there's some obvious differences physically from Rafael Nadal and a player like David Nalbandian, but the mental difference is a much wider gulf. Rafael Nadal doesn't concede points like this. He doesn't have dips in his game. You can beat him, but he's not going to beat himself. Nalbandian is beating himself in this game. He's a Wimbledon finalist. One of the most talented players we've seen in the last decade, Nalbandian, but you're probably seeing a microcosm just in this game, Bruce, of why Nalbandian hasn't lifted a major trophy.
Well, he's one of 4 current players to be to the semi-final of all 4, the big 3, and Nalbandian. He's been to the semis at Roland Garros, here, Wimbledon, US Open. It's a great record, but it's a good record, but not a great record. Well, you said it, 30 love. Leighton won't freewheel. He'll look for some mistakes.
Advantage, Hewitt.
He's found some.
Let's see if Leighton gets into a rally here. If he goes directly to the forehand side, he needs to. He needs to go to the weakness of his opponent.
It is an extraordinary match. It's hard to read.
Nalbandian is 5 games to 4. Challenge? 15-all.
Hewitt asking Pascal Maria what he thought, and without Hawkeye, I'm sure Pascal Maria would have said, oh, that was way wide. Not even close, but with the risk of rebuke, a little indecision from the chair. And there's been some indecision on Nalbandian's part here in the last 5 minutes. 62 errors.
Skillful shot, wasn't it? Not easy to get that depth.
Nalbandian wasn't expecting it. He was playing right up on the baseline, protecting against a drop shot. So the cat and mouse paid off for Hewitt. Guessing right, pushing him back. 40-15.
Roger, that's his favourite serve.
Yeah, it is, Bruce, and well served too. Look, it's interesting, you look at the momentum, it's very hard to pick this match because you thought there now Nalbandian was going to take that 4th set and then it was going to be all in favour of the Argentine, but now he's looked up at his crew a couple of times. He's got that concerned look on his face, as Jim mentioned earlier on, and you've got to like Leighton from here, I think. You take away Novak Djokovic, how many other players other than he and Dave Nalbandian just hit the ball so easily down the line off their backhand side?
I think Andy Murray hits it pretty easily down the line with that backhand. He's got a sweet two-hander, but it's a pretty short list. Who else do you have for us?
Nalbandian makes a few mistakes off it, but he uses it as his stock standard ball. Like most players go, it's like his safety ball. Generally most players go over the middle of the net for a safety ball. Nalbandian just goes straight up the line with his backhand. It's almost his comfort zone.
We're over the 3 hours. We've got 3 hours, 3 minutes. So Roger on the conditioning side. Leighton's had a big summer, we know that. So over 3 hours. Not a hot night, admittedly, is it?
No, it's not, and Leighton's done the majority of work. He's fine. You know, these guys can play for another 2 hours. Now, Bandon, as I said, doesn't die in 5-set tennis.
We talk sometimes about players finding the zone, which is the point in the match or on the court where their mind is not present. It's just see ball, hit ball, react, and play natural tennis. Nalbandian found that zone when he was dead to rights in this match. He was out of it. Love 43-1 down this set. And he stayed into it until he was up 30 love serving for the set. And then he snapped out of it. And it has been a struggle. And you would wonder at home, well, why can't he just put himself back into that condition? Well, if you could write a book on that one, you'd make a lot of money.
Yeah. And that's typical of the mixture we've seen from him tonight. So 6-5.
He's a three-sport athlete. My mother ran track in high school, and you know, I think almost every athlete out here on tour's parents are very athletic. And the apples don't fall far from their trees.
So do we get a time break or do we get a 5th set? Might get a time break in a 5th, but
I was going to say.
I knew you'd be on.
It's not an either-or question. Oh, terrible. Golly, is that bad?
15 up.
That'll make you feel better at home. That one didn't make it to the net. Marcus Daniel did not feel too well today. Retired with a knee injury against the #1 player in the world, having not won a game. Same thing for Murray. Got a retirement from Beck.
13 up.
Quick game so far here for Hewitt, 30 love. Yeah, fifth ace of the match.
Both players receive one additional challenge.
I'm not sure what you read into these, but just for the record of the Aussie Open, Hewitt's 13-6 in tie breaks. That's 68%. Nalbandian 7-4. That's at about 64%. So they've both been on the winning side of tie breaks over the stretch.
Nalbandian.
Well, the good news is we don't have to tell you what's going to happen, but we do have to tell you why it's happening. And it's tough to pick here. Nalbandian opens up with a good service winner. You know, these guys are so good at getting the returns in play. It's got to feel great to get a cheap point. Both of these guys getting in 3/4 of the serves coming at them back into play. Well, there's the free swinging play of Nalbandian we saw earlier in this set.
2-0.
He was desperate. And this is a desperate time for him as well. It's win this breaker or go home for him. Hewitt has a cushion. He can play another set. Nalbandian, no such luxury if he loses his tiebreak. That serve was almost outside the doubles alley. little tension in Hewitt.
That's classy. That takes courage, clear thinking, and true ability to actually swing freely at those 2 points. And also, Leighton did nothing wrong there. I mean, he defended up a storm in those 2 points and was still short. You're right, Jim. Big tension in here.
Potentially a fatal error in this tiebreak from Hewitt. That was a gimme volley. It was a great approach shot. And now, 4-love still serving Nalbandian. And it's been tough to wrestle a tiebreak from this man Hewitt here in the Aussie Open, hasn't it?
Lost one in the last 8 years. And that was the Baghdadis in the marathon.
I think this one is going to be safely in Nalbandian's pocket, so you might want to check the fridge, see if you've got some snacks in there. It's ready for a 5th set.
It's been a strange match, but you doubt whether there'll be a big enough twist not to take to a 5th now. Odd things have happened.
Nalbandian's been the freer player in this tiebreak. And for a guy, Bruce, who didn't even get a drop shot to the net in his prior service game, Nalbandian has just been loose, ripping away, huge acceleration in this tiebreak. And he has 6 set points, and Nalbandian's so confident that he's going to win this. I think he just called for the trainer before the tiebreak is over.
Yep. So Leighton looks like he's going to suffer some big disappointments from this set. 5th game, he led 3-1 and had Nalbandian love 40. Had a lot of chances in the previous service game as well to go to 2 breaks up.
Hewitt. He's had 10 breakpoint chances this set. Won 2 of them, 6 out of 26 in the match, and Nalbandian a perfect 4 for 4. So a big gulf between these 2 players as far as the break chances, but there's about to be nothing between them here. Match on set on Nalbandian's racket.
Well, it happened so quickly, didn't it, in the tie break? And we do go to a 5th and final set.
7 games, 2-6. 2 sets off.
Well, the crowd are loving this action tonight, and they love the crowd pleaser Jo-Wilfried Tsonga of France, a former Australian Open runner-up. We're going to be having a look at his match next against Philipp Petschner of Germany, who's ranked 57th in the world. But the deciding set about to get underway in Rod Laver Arena as we join Jim Courier and Bruce McElhaney.
I got a quick question for you, Bruce, about my good friend Pat Rafter. before we get too intense here in this fifth set. You know, he does a lot of marketing here in Australia, and I'm wondering if he does any with fully clothed. Does he?
Would you be if you were Pat?
Maybe not, but
he's pretty popular.
I mean, but does he have to have his shirt off and at all times?
Well, looks like he might.
Seems to be part of the deal.
Not too many people are complaining in Australia about this, Jim.
Moving on. This is, of course, the beginning of the fifth set.
And these boys have pushed Henry out of prime time tonight.
Yeah.
He'll be after midnight, I think.
That's for sure. We'll be after midnight.
With Songer and Pechner. So we go to the fifth. That's where we were the only other time they played in the Australian Open, in that quarter-final in 05. Hewitt 10-8 in the fifth. That was a little bit different, though. He won the first two, Nalbandian won the second two. But
that was also a quarter-final.
Yep.
First service.
Boy, as this match has gotten more tense and tighter, Hewitt has become more and more predictable with his serving pattern. Particularly in the deuce court, he's really heavily leaning on the wide serve. And that's something, Bruce, I think he's going to have to watch. Because certainly Nalbandian was effective in the tiebreak. It was all over him. And you just have to be a little bit, you got to pitch a little bit of a better game, don't you? Kind of make him guess a little. Use the body serve some. There you go. T-serve, something different. Draw the error.
Well, that first serve was important as well. In the fourth set, Leighton was in his mid-50s, I think 56, not good enough. He needs to be 60, around the 65 mark in the set.
Oh! 61 overall. Now Nalbandian at 64.
And the reason I say that, boys, is because Nalbandian's taking big cuts at the second serve. He's able to get a lot of balls where Leighton's on the full stretch, and then he's in control of that point. He needs to take that away from Nalbandian. Let him take some cuts, but let him take cuts at your first serve.
Yeah, well, I think that when everyone gets tight, the toss gets a little bit low. Start rushing a little bit on the serve, and the service percentage just dips, and Hewitt's not exempt from that rule. He served about 50% in there in the last set. Nalbandian's serve also dipped. That's why we saw more service breaks than normal. Yeah, one thing the great servers do is they keep their rhythm at all times. They're like a metronome when they serve. Nothing changes no matter what the score. And a break point quickly for the Argentine. Pressing the issue, drawing the error.
Well, the lob hasn't had 100% strike rate tonight, but he still doesn't miss those overhead smashes. So back to juice for the third time.
Hewitt.
He's got an amazing 5-set record, Hewitt. He's 30 wins from 45, but in the last 8 years at Melbourne Park on this court, Rod Laver Arena, he's won 8 out of 9 5-set matches. The one loss was to Gonzalez here in the opening round in 09. Davis Cup matches with Aussie Opens. But he did lose at the US Open in the last slam he played in the opening round to Matt Ture over 5 sets. A couple of sets down there and came back but lost the 5th.
Leighton doesn't quite get that same energy at the US Open that he draws from the audience here from his home slam. This is such a home field advantage for Leighton. Let's see if he gets the ace.
Second service. Advantage Hewitt.
Nalbandian 27 5-set matches and won 16, so he's also on the positive side of the ledger. Hewitt's percentage much higher, 30 out of 45.
Here's a look at some 5th set magic we've seen early here. Saving that one with a little flip down the line. Hewitt takes a pull of water, regroups, safe in the knowledge that he's held serve to open this 5th set.
Just by coincidence, the last time Nalbandian actually played at the Aussie Opens in 2009. And he had a shocking result, really, against Liu of Taipei, losing in 5 there. It's been a while since he's played here, obviously, with the injury problems.
Well, that was before Randy Liu took out Andy Roddick at Wimbledon.
9-7 in the 5th, I think,
in 2010, and made his way out the second week.
$15.
There's the upset earlier this evening on High Sense. Makarova taking out the popular Ana Ivanovic of Serbia, 10-8 in the 3rd. And another Argentine, Juan Martín Del Potro. Great to see him back in action. Didn't see much of him in 2010 after the Australian Open. Injury issues kept him out virtually all season long. Unable to defend his U.S. Open title, Del Potro, he is
30-15.
Truly a threat for the top of the rankings if he can get back to full health and full venom in his game. Boy, is he talented. You know, I think he's about the only player out there who can just flat out overpower Rafa.
Shot. Yep. 30 love suddenly. 30 all. Seen a lot of this tonight. Del Potro had a long match in Sydney, won it first up and then didn't quite back up the next, but it'll be better for the run.
Yeah, no question. Well, the two players I think who could overpower Rafa, and two players alone. That's Soderling and Del Potro, and both of them share height in common. They're able to absorb that high bouncing, spinning ball that Rafa likes to impart on his opponents. A shank winner helps Nalbandian avoid a break point.
Boys, significant moment there. After he played that forehand, Nalbandian then just sort of looked at his crew and he sort of flexed his left leg up and then just hit it as well with his racket. Let's just see if that means anything here.
Yep, he's putting both legs up, isn't he, right now? Nalbandian high stepping a little bit. Who knows exactly, Raj, what that is, but it's both legs he's doing there, which could indicate a little bit of fatigue, potentially onset of cramps in the quads. Some loose forehand errors. Here's a break point chance for Hewitt.
Advantage, Hewitt.
Isn't it amazing when your mind just drifts? All of a sudden, he went from the ball, the opponent, to his legs, to his body.
Flexing that right leg.
And Hewitt lets his racket fly after that point, and that is simply the added pressure of a lack of success on the break points. And look at that, yeah.
Now, Jim, if you're in this situation, though, if you're now banning, you know, you can actually, it's not great sportsmanship, but you can actually stop now and ask for a trainer.
Sorry, Roger. Pascal Maria was on the two-way just a moment ago, so something might be happening.
Advantage, Nalbandian.
Well, they changed the cramping rule, so you can't actually be treated except on the change of ends. Deuce here. Critical moments. So it used to be that you could take a full medical and get treated, get a massage if you wanted for cramping. That is no longer the case. And of course, we're speculating that that's what's going on with Nalbandian, that it's not an injury. If it's an injury, he can stop at any time and be seen by the trainer. But if it is muscle cramping, which is a loss of conditioning, he cannot receive a medical timeout for it. He can only receive treatment for it during the change of ends and/or set breaks. So it's a much better version of the rule, I think. Cramping is not an injury. It is simply a loss of conditioning.
Well, you mentioned Pat Rafter earlier tonight. The Rafter Agassi semi.
Yeah,
hangs on, as he's done so often tonight.
New balls, please. One game.
So here's a look here with bird's eye of the variation in speed and bounce and location. Look at the difference. That ball for Hewitt up in shoulder height there for the second serve of the 150K and well off the court, which just gives Nalbandian the opportunity to really exploit Hewitt once that ball comes back into play.
He's won 62% of his first serves tonight, Nalbandian. He's won 52% of his second serves.
Love 15.
The one advantage Nalbandian has, he's a free hitter. He stands and delivers the ball, so even if he's got a little bit of cramp here, he can see it and just hit it. And hit it big.
So you could see their vision that after that last game, Luis Lobo handed something to one of the ball boys to give to Nalbandian. My hunch is it's probably something for him to chew on or put in a drink. Some form of energy.
Love 30.
Or potentially something to help him with whatever his physical ailment is right now, which Luis Lobo clearly has experienced with his charge before, because he had what he thinks is a solution. Nalbandian has that in his left pocket right now, that little tablet, whatever it is. And a love 30 chance goes wanting there to 15-30. Hewitt finally saved his first break point of the match in his last service game, but now he faces two more. Nalbandian is 4 out of 5 on break point chances in this match. Critical moment for both of these players.
Thirty, 40.
Gets it, goes ahead in the 5th and final set.
Nalbandian leads 2-2.
Well, he hasn't been in front too often in this match. He had his nose in front in the 3rd set. Set all to love and almost 3 3/4 hours. And he was just about gone for much of that 4th set. But right now, he's the favourite. He's in front.
Thank you.
That tie-break, eh? 7 points to 1.
Sorry? White. Yes, white.
Well, it wouldn't be long.
15
off. There's only one thing that could be that short in the court. Hewitt wanted to take a look for himself and see. And we'll take a look with bird's eye here on the replay.
Yep.
And that was definitely wide.
Is it amazing, Jim? And Bruce, whatever was bothering David Nalbandian 7 minutes ago has completely disappeared.
Must have been the magic tablet that
sitting in the
Luis
pocket.
Lobo handed to him. You might want to get some of those for Gael. Rush.
What are you saying?
Lazy. I'm saying it can be a placebo, Raj. It doesn't matter. If a player thinks it
15,
works,
30.
it works.
I'd agree with that.
And there is the coach on the change of ends telling him to do just this, ingest that piece of magic, whatever that is. I'm telling you, it's a placebo. Drug testing too tough these days, Bruce. You can't take anything.
I'm guessing this is all legal. I mean, you can't coach from the side, but you can hand a tablet to your player from the side, eh? Have you ever done it, Roger?
Well, Nate never needed any, and Gail doesn't really need any either.
No.
40-30.
Hewitt's got to break twice here to win the match. And that was a little opportunity at 30-all to get to a breakpoint situation.
Hanging around, Hewitt back to deuce here with a beautiful pass down the line. Would have been better off approaching down the middle, not giving Hewitt options. He was too precise with the two-hander. Down the middle, tough to get the ball by at that point. Oh, a kiss of the tape. Nalbandian gets away with one there.
Not only that, Jim, what a shot to go for as well off the back foot. Short angle in the box, jeez.
Nalbandian. Nalbandian leads 3-2.
She's been the troubled team, but now Jelena Dokic is looking to make another run deep into the Australian Open. Tomorrow night, she's the crowd favourite on Rod Laver Arena. That's followed by Superman, but Roger Federer's kryptonite awaits. Sydney champion Gilles Simon has won 2 from 2 against the Fed Express.
So that's the menu for tomorrow night. Sure to break down in the 5th set.
Question ball is good. Replace the point.
I feel hard done by here because Nalbandian was going to struggle to get that back, as we saw.
Well, that was the one time that there was no doubt whatsoever that the call came before the ball touched the racket of the Argentine. Definitely interference. Have to replay the point.
Love 15.
Hewitt will have to avoid getting down on himself, thinking the world's against me. He's got to stay with this right here. He's got to stay close. Saw Nalbandian get tight, trying to serve that 4th set out. You never know. Seems like Rochi's getting lower and lower and lower behind that barricade. Pretty much we'll just see his hat here before too long.
You know, sometimes you're very privileged to sit this close to the court because David Nalbandian's control of the ball off the racket, whether it's the dipper, whether it's the drive with the backhand, it's, you know, it's absolute first class.
Well done. So Hewitt stays close enough to keep the tension high.
Nalbandian leads 3-2.
Between two of the very best players of the last decade. Certainly in Hewitt's case, right up there. Behind the big two.
Jim, I'd like to know your thoughts, Jim, because this match is really, it's just all about David Nalbandian, isn't it? It has been, when he's been hot, he's had full control.
First service.
Well, I think that's the case for Leighton against most players he plays these days. He has to rely on the kindness of strangers to win a lot of times. He stays out there and toughs people out by not missing. But he doesn't have the ability, the power to blow guys off the court. Nalbandian can do that to him, not the other way around. He's so good at it, Hewitt, at staying in there and forcing the issue and making sure that Nalbandian has to hit shot after shot. But let's face it, Leighton can't just grab this match and take it from Nalbandian. He's going to have to wait and be patient and hope for a little help. And just on command, Hewitt cracks a cold winner. Man, this is not the time to go into grave detail on it, but the fact that the surfaces have largely become homogenized on the circuit, the balls have gotten heavier. Hewitt's weaponry has been taken away from him, his ability to use the speed of the ball on the court against players, to use their power against them.
Nalbandian.
And he's up against it now. Nalbandian 4-2.
Nalbandian leads 4-2.
See him in the extreme archery before the match, before we came into the box with the heavier conditions and the cool night. Who would favour him? It was Nalbandian. But Hewitt's been in a winning position for so long, so much of this match tonight. Go back 3/4 of an hour ago. So what happened? Did Hewitt drop off? Did Nalbandian raise his game at the right time?
I think one key thing happened. Nalbandian put his arms down and said, "I'm out of here." It was 3-1 in the fourth set. Hewitt had low 40 on Nalbandian's serve for a second break of serve, which would have surely ended the match. And Nalbandian said, "I'm not going to grind anymore, to heck with this." And he just went for cold winners from love 40 down, and he hit him. And it paid off, and he snuck back into the match. And Hewitt got tight, which is a very human reaction. I know we want our athletes to be superhuman, but very few of them can be all the time. So that's it in a nutshell, basically. Nalbandian got loose, got ready to go home, got a little bit lucky.
Well, it's believable after what we've seen tonight. It has been an unusual match, hasn't it?
You at home to think that I'm saying that Nalbandian got lucky with finality, because this is not over. We've seen him get a little tight when he was serving for the fourth set. Nalbandian spit the bit a little bit there.
You're 5-3-30 love.
Yeah, so it's not over, but I'd rather be in Nalbandian's shoes.
First service.
Well, the crowd stuck around.
40-15.
They saw whitewashing in the first match. Kim Clijsters putting 2 love sets to Dinara Safina. They wanted some tennis. They got it in this match.
So, once again, stays close enough to keep it tight. Well, the result was always hard to pick, but the length, we thought it would be a long one, it's turned out. So 4 hours in, Hewitt makes another move.
Well, Breesy was saying to himself, clenching his fist and saying, believe, believe, believe. So he does some amazing things with his mind, Leighton.
He's got to challenge that.
15 all.
He has 3 challenges left. Why wouldn't you challenge that? I mean, even if you're wrong, just for peace of mind, my goodness. That ball is out from Birdseye, but boy. I'm no math major, but 3 challenges to burn in the 5th set. You may as well go ahead. Oh, boy. That looked painful, Bruce. I don't know if you saw that, but Leighton looked like he took a hard step to get out to get that serve, then never really recovered getting back into it. Probably at this stage just a little bit of fatigue at the 4-hour mark.
Could notice it just as he pulled up then.
Yeah.
He was feeling it.
Came up a little bit in pain. Well, this one, a good break in the tape. It kind of pins Hewitt back in the baseline, and he has to be so precise. And Louis Lobo was pumping up his man, Nalbandian.
Yeah, Nalbandian.
Nalbandian leads 5-3 again, but in a different situation with Hewitt serving. The man who's led the last 2 sets has succumbed. Hewitt came from behind in the 3rd. Now Bandian came from behind in the 4th, but this is, well, backs to the wall now. No room to move, is there? No room for error.
No.
He can be loose here now, Bandian.
Yeah, and he should be. He should freewheel it a little bit here, I would think. Well, it's hard to remember back into the 1st set here when Nalbandian was just rolling balls into the middle of the net. He got that confidence somewhere along the way here and has really started accelerating through his shots. Paid dividends.
40-50.
Brilliant.
Let first service.
Maybe a lucky break for Hewitt at long last. He's going to ask one last question of Nalbandian. Well, it deserves a finish like this if we're at the finish line. He's created 27 break points tonight, Leighton. Only one in this final set. He'd give anything for another one here.
Well, Hewitt can't afford any free points given here. He has to be so resilient. The hallmark of his career. He has to show it right here. Give Nalbandian a chance to get tight. We've seen it before.
Thank you.
Wow, is that awesome from Hewitt. Attacking tennis there, taking it to the Argentine. And if Nalbandian's going to play safe here, Hewitt may be able to take advantage of it just like that. And Nalbandian on the other side of the net needs to convince himself to freewheel it a little bit. I mean, Nalbandian just gave a huge indicator of how tight he is in that point. He actually ran around his forehand to hit a backhand in the early stages of that rally, which he hadn't done the whole match.
Exactly, Jim, and you can feel it out here too. You can feel the tension in his body. He's very hesitant with the ball.
He just reached for his leg for the first time since he got that magical tablet earlier in the set as well. So that's all coming to a head right here.
He's desperate for a first serve as well.
There's no drama like sport. That's out. Challenge coming.
Nalbandian gone on the right far side. Ball was called out.
How big is this challenge? Gives Hewitt 2 breakpoint chances to get back on serve. And he's got him just out.
Thank you. Thank you.
is not the first time in his career he's done something like it, but it's just as thrilling, isn't it?
This is what the people want to see. And Hewitt played almost a perfect game. Gave 1 point away with an unforced error, but played attacking tennis when he had the moment. But by and large, he just didn't go away. And Nalbandian got a little tight.
And stretching those legs again.
Love 15.
Serving it out hasn't been the strong point for Nalbandian tonight, has it?
No. 0 for 2 in the last 2 sets. The Nalbandian served for the 4th set and found his game again in the tiebreak. There will be no tiebreak in this 5th set. He'll play it to a decision. But Nalbandian is going right back into concentration mode. Put the disappointment on the last game behind him. And he's got 2 break point chances now.
15-40.
Gee, what an ability they've now Nalbandian just to put the ball back. The first point we saw there, he stretched out a great wide serve for Leighton. He just hacked that back, won the point, and on the backhand side, he's just chipped the ball back. Beautiful racket control under pressure. His mind would be spinning, but he's still got the bit of calmness to put the ball back into play. Good lesson.
No challenge that time, Bruce. That one drifting wide, but boy, some heady tennis from Nalbandian in that point. Going up lob, staying in the rally when he was out of position and getting a shot that he's made a lot of money with that backhand down the line in his career. He'll make some more with it as well. Just missing, but another break point. That is just huge. 7th ace of the match for Hewitt. Well, at this stage, Nalbandian knows where those serves are going. He's there in position. That one just a little unlucky to flip the tape. But Hewitt continuing to go wide at these critical stages.
Out.
Saves 2 break points. Goes ahead in the 5th and final.
There's no question about that. It has gotten our attention and hopefully yours at home as well. This has been great drama, great theater, and great battling from these players.
Your betting and running, you'd have changed your bet how many times tonight?
Well, there's no gambling in tennis, Bruce, so I don't know what you're talking about, but it sure is a lot of fun to watch and ponder. New balls here for Nalbandian. From the psychological position of serving to close out the match to serving to stay alive.
15 up.
And a little more relaxed on the first point. A drop shot winner.
He's missed his last 2 first serves by a mile. And service games have been lost from 30 love tonight. Before this,
30-15.
This is a good time for Leighton because the balls are new, so they're fresh, they're faster through the air, they skid a lot. Leighton takes his cut of the ball. Puts him in a good spot.
Wow. Step up into that one, didn't he, Nalbandian? And you know, Nalbandian must be wondering in his mind why he couldn't play this style game about 5 minutes ago. Boy, the surgeons who did the work on these two athletes must be awfully proud of their work, seeing these guys stretch and lunge with those hips for 4 hours and 20 minutes, 21 minutes of intensity out here. Hips holding up nicely. Say about those 30-love games becoming a little complex at times tonight?
And he got a first serve in then too, which he was desperate for, but Hewitt was up for it.
With this.
Match points. kidding me? Come on now.
Yes.
A serve and volley and a shot like that at a time like that. I am stunned. What a great return by Hewitt. He did everything right in that point and still had no chance. He's got another chance right here.
The rivalry's just got bigger tonight between these two guys.
Oh my gosh. What a quality point from Nalbandian. Again, Leighton does nothing wrong on match point. But Nalbandian comes up with the goods.
Grouchy's nodding and agreeing with you. Not much you can do about that one.
Just tip that hat. That's all you can do.
Red net for service.
Come on, mate. Get it back.
This is the best tennis of the match. This is the absolute best tennis of the match at 4 hours and 25 minutes of play. This is awesome.
Games over. Both players have 3 challenges remaining.
Some 2 match points, and now Nalbandian was inspired at the right moment. Not once, but twice. It's just impossible to pick a winner. Who are you going to be talking to at the end of this? Who knows?
Yes. No. We set to 3. Well, you start at 3 now.
Nalbandian asking Pascal Maria about the challenge situation, because once you get to 6-all, it resets, and if you get to 12-all, it resets again. But 3 is the maximum that you can get. If you don't get an extra one just because you haven't blown any challenges, it tops off at 3. Both players have a full tank of challenges.
Hello, lady.
Every easy point from this point on is just such a bonus.
15 all.
It's been a long time getting here, Jim, but the one advantage for Leighton here is that if he's broken, he gets another crack.
That's right.
He's serving first, with the advantage played in the 5th and final set.
Eight aces in the match, 3 in this set for Hewitt.
Those hip surgeons keep smiling.
Oh my goodness. I mean, like 4 great gets in a row in this point for Hewitt, and still not enough. That's a great dig. Here's a great dig, and then this one, the 360, still gets it back in play. My goodness. Well, the tennis is really rising to the moment right now. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, his timing's perfect. 4 aces in this set. Nalbandian none in this set. So Hewitt, who trailed Nalbandian and aces coming into this set, now leads him clearly, and they've come at a beautiful time for him.
Just unloading on that return of serve was Nalbandian. It wasn't a big serve, 169K. He brought some major heat right down the middle, too much for Leighton. So another critical point here. Deuce, 6 all in the 5th. 4.5 hours of play. Adam tags Leighton and gets a break point. That's bitter for Leighton. Ticks the tape there and sets up an easy one, and then right on the racket. All right, Nalbandian saved 2 match points now. A chance to put his nose in front again, have another chance to serve for the match.
It's a bit quicker than the last one. That was 181. Yes. He teed off on the other 169. He's got a lot of first serves in this game, and they've been critical. A couple of aces. So 1 break point save. Back to Juice.
Advantage, Nalbandian. Yes.
So 2 break points saved here so far, like the 2 match points were saved in the previous service game by Nalbandian. So tick for tat.
Hewitt. Question.
Well, Hewitt's going to challenge that.
On the left side. Ball was called in.
I think that ball was good, but why not? Well, if this ball is out, it's Hewitt's game, and that ball is in, so no harm, no foul. 3 challenges, now down to 2.
Hewitt has 2 challenges remaining. Advantage Hewitt.
So still add in for Leighton in the first serve. Where does he go? His favorite serve out wide? As he trying to light it up into the weaker side, the forehand of Nalbandian.
So saves a couple of break points and spectacularly takes himself to 7-6. So the reactions on and off the court from that 13th game of the final set. Over 4.5 hours, 4 hours, 35 minutes.
She couldn't even bear to watch, and now she's happy, though.
Thank you. Quiet, please.
Oh, my goodness. Boy, the linesmen and lineswomen are tight. It is so irritating for Nalbandian, who would have won that point most likely with that shot. Oh, gosh. Well, thank goodness for the technology that's allowing these players to at least decide this match and not missed opportunities and calls. So, reversal of fortune.
15.
Instead of 15 love, now love 15.
50-50.
Still shaking out those legs is David Nalbandian.
He's been able to find a couple of first serves too when he's needed them.
He's going to need another tablet from his coach here to settle those legs down. That left one really seems to be bothering him.
Again, Nalbandian. 7 games old.
Which do you prefer, Jim? The American US Open way of finishing a match, or this way?
I like this way. I love this way.
So no tie break, obviously, at Flushing Meadow in the US Open.
Right. I just love the drama that you get where you just don't know when it's going to end. And as a player, you don't know that you can absolutely go full out because the finish line is going to be at that 7-6 juncture at the US Open. Here, you have to hold something back in reserve. There's more to it mentally as well as physically, obviously. But a player has to calculate in a different way in an advantage set. It's more pure.
Now, Bandon, you can see he was flexing for his quad muscles, but he also was, when he did that, he actually started to feel a bit of cramp in the hamstring as well. So he's getting a double effect at the moment on that left leg.
You know, Raj, sometimes when a player has fatigue issues, it can help them focus and simplify, and it hasn't impacted the shot selection or the execution for Nalbandian here at these latter stages. And he has love 30. What a shot. A slashing shot. Arguably inside in there, moving away from it was Hewitt. What a beauty for 3 break points. What a roller coaster this match is.
Let's Fossils.
Sad way for Leighton to give up the serve, but now Nalbandian straight away brilliant there, and now gets another chance to serve for the match. So mysterious tablet comes out for Nalbandian, this time the long run. Over we go, and in the mouth it went. So one of the little mysteries about it. Match that has been so hard to read, but Nalbandian again the opportunity to hold serve and win what has become a classic.
You know, it's amazing, Bruce, at the sit down, You know, you're thinking maybe Nalbandian, does he stand up? But he must understand his body completely 100%, because when you're cramping like that, generally it might grab you, as it did Pat Raftrick on quite a few occasions.
It's the first point Leighton's won for a while. Probably the first point he's won since Nalbandian started shaking that leg for the 4th time tonight. And he stays in the hunt, doesn't he?
Money shot from Nalbandian. Backhand down the line.
30-15.
He saw the opening and no hesitation, and that's a pure swing of the two-hander. Reminds me of last year, Roddick was playing a match here. He was down in the match and he's muttering to himself, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. That's what must be ringing between those ears right there.
Well, he saved a couple earlier, now he's got one.
Got it. Yeah, you fill him